Oh, ho, 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 ho. I need my headphones. There was a while when I didn't use headphones at all, but now I'm like, every time I don't put my headphones on, it's like my ADHD gets 10 times worse. Oh. So, what the heck was we doing? What was we doing? The effect is most likely starting effects prematurely now, as we set the effects to now be disabled by default, yet they are enabled immediately by the spell, which also enables all of the child objects via start effect. Yeah. So start effect should not do this. Like, I had done this, right? I had said, don't do that. But this is also wrong. We shouldn't do enable children. I mean, we can. We can do that. Why not? And we do that. But I do think it's still a bit... still a bit funky, I think. But I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, fuck. I think I got a cold. Tiny one. That looks pretty reasonable. Does Cyrus Case have a startup? Startup delay 40F. Yeah. So we set that back to 0. Then we do it again. I'm gonna sneeze again. Now it starts immediately. This is weird. I mean, it's not, but I do think it's weird. Because how does this work? Oh, holy shit. I'm so sniffly today. It's crazy. This is casting. Spell casting finish, right? Here we set spellcasting state to end. Combat phase action execution. And that doesn't really do anything. That's the thing. So it really is in the action database. If we go to Maria, casting, handle combat, casting action. And then here, execute the spell. Yeah, okay. So it does execute the spell immediately upon reaching the casting phase. But we don't actually want to do that. The combat casting action. Let's see. We actually need to have a... We have a trigger point. We do have a trigger point. So in that case, if we look at Ria's animation, holy shit, I'm so sick today. Like, I don't feel bad, but my nose is just running crazy. Here, the casting outro, right? Zero, 1, 2, and by the way, I might have to stop the stream at some point. We'll see. When I get like this, I tend to get nosebleeds very easily. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, right? The question is, should it be immediately there? I think so. 25. Did I say 24? Whatever. It's not that important. This is actually this animation needs to go anyway. Eventually. Action database. Ria. Casting. Trigger point equals 24. And then we need to go back to the action module, and we need to edit this. Actually, where was it? There. So here now, what we're doing here is we're setting current animation index, right? Subtracting from the action time index, and then here we have to say if current animation index equals 2. Actually, I prefer doing this then. And then here we can say if action time is greater than or equal to trigger point, then that's where we do that. However, it's not that simple, right? Now that's gonna keep spamming. I don't know, see how it's going. Today's going alright. Sick as a dog, but otherwise it's going okay. Oh. What was I looking for? Combat action. Trigger point, is it in action? Trigger point. Bool. Public. Bool. Has triggered. False. And then we go back here and we say has triggered equals false. Base.initialize has triggered equals false. Actually, we don't need to set it here. It's already set. This is the constructor. And then we go back here. And we add a if has triggered and set it to false. And we say has triggered equals true. Oh. And then maybe, just maybe, that solves the issue here. Let's try. Because the spell, what's happening right now is that the spell is executed immediately upon reaching the outro stage of the casting animation. But it should actually start somewhere else. Like that. That's more what it should be like. And because I want it to start there. Well, honestly, not exactly. Let's say we do this instead. Upon reaching the final stage here, we then do execute spell. And then here, instead of doing execute spell, well, can I access, because we have spell to cast, right? So spell to cast dot effect stored source effect dot start effect, like that. So we generate the effect here, and then we cast it here. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. The reason I want to do it that way is because if we end up in a scenario where casting the spell chugs because it's loading something, then I can we can thread that. So we're doing the loading in a separate thread, or we can preload or something like there. This is kind of like, I'm not doing that yet. I'm only gonna do that if it really matters. But this is like in preparation for that in case. That is a concern. Like you don't want the game to hang for even a frame because you're loading an effect. That's just bullshit. But in reality, like, it shouldn't need to load at all. All of the effects should probably be loaded as combat is loaded, right? Like every character that's in a combat scenario should have their resources loaded. Because it's not like they're huge 3D models and stuff. It doesn't really take up any space. So we can do that. And then we have to go to the actual spell. We have to change I'll be right back. Okay, back. Holy shit, what a day. Hello, Rod. Happy Halloween. How's it going? Right. Spell init duration. This start effect. Go bye-bye. Right. And then we see if that works. That did not work at all. Really strange. This is invoked. But we don't do start. We don't do that here either. Is enabled is false. Effects start off as... Oh, is enabled is true. Okay, what if we set that as false instead? Still not right. Oh. Yeah, that's about right, kinda. Now it's just tweaking the feel of it. I do feel like it should have a bit of a startup delay. Maybe 1 second. Yeah, something like that. I think that's potentially good. And Okay, just had to deal with some stuff. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh my god. Yeah, I just need to go through. What did I actually do here? Um, in the effect itself, I don't know if I actually did anything. Not really. It's the action. Like we have Ria's cast animation, and then we also have Nestra has a cast. I don't know when this is gonna be. Trigger point equals 10 or something. I don't know. This is placeholders, so it should actually be like 1. or 0, like whatever. Just set it to 0. If she's just using placeholder, then... And Aya is the same, it's also the placeholder. Trigger point equals 0. I feel like I changed something in the effect. Or in the spell. Oh yeah, that's what we changed. It's in the spell. The spells now don't enable themselves here. Yeah. Let's see. End behavior. along those lines. Start effect. It's time. Delete green. Too much green. Cyrus gaze back. Yeah, you don't need to have a trigger there. Lightning strike. It's not been re-implemented. I'm not sure it will, at least. Well, yeah, we'll move it to the Nefir, I think. Barrier. Just cleaning up a bit. Trigger. This is barrier back, doesn't have a trigger. I'm gonna sneeze. At least I don't have a fever yet. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. Cleared out the tubes. There we go. This is barrier back. Remove the trigger. This is ancient. This is delete. Harder delete. Okay. All right, let's go through this again. Oh, there's Gravity Blast. Did I go through that? I don't know why it has a target here. Does it even use that? No. Object data module. Also not used. Casting equals false. None of these are used. I don't think any of them are used. I thought I was done, but no, there's still infinity stuff. Just infinite crap. Come on. Oh, we're good. What the hell? I thought I had already gone through this one. Am I cooked? No, okay, I went through half of it. Okay. Spells. Execute spell. Stored source. Doesn't start. I also want to see, yeah, base end behavior needs to be called in end behavior. And here, because it doesn't have an end behavior, it's just gonna call base end behavior, I think. Check if ended. End behavior, yeah. What was this? Lightning strike, yeah, let's keep that for now. I don't think I really need that, I could just remake it, but might be something in there. Barrier. Right there. Behaviors, correct. Yeah, okay. I think that's more or less good. Hello, Chow Chow. Let's go. 1 second. Oh, holy moly. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Let's Let's just try the spells. We got 2 spellcasters there. Actually, let's bring her as well. Barrier. Casts instantly. Seems to work. It looks like shit, but not supposed to look good. Then we cast Barrier again. Crash. User.combatmodule.spell to cast.stored source effect .start effect. Her jazz hand movements. Yeah. What the fuck? Action database. Suture. Stored source effect. Huh? I'm so confused. What's not set? User.combatmodule.spell to cast. That stored source effect. Is spell to cast not set? It should be. Or maybe spellcasting clear is being ran. Shouldn't though. Spellcasting finish. Yeah. Spell to cast equals action to trigger spellcasting init. It should still be there. The lore video Kib did on the Fire Shaman was cool. I hope they're in the video game. It would probably will be, yeah. Um... I don't get it. I'm confused. This should be... Why does it work? Like, if the spell to cast isn't cleared anywhere, like... It's only being set to null here on spellcasting clear. And that runs here in the action and interrupt cast, which I don't think we're doing. That's on taking damage. So I'm a bit confused. Suture spell. Here we invoke and we set the stored source effect to that. Then we have that. Like what? It could be this, actually. But it shouldn't be. really shouldn't. Do I have to do breakpoint? And it's here. We've got to figure out whatever is happening there. Stored source effect is null here. It's never doing execute. I mean, that's the only thing that I could see here. Like, it's actually skipping this. Somehow. Intro 26, loop 12, outro 56. This is the animation, and then the actual action. Placeholder casting. Ah. So I don't think that should matter either. Current animation index. You guys are playing Turtle WoW? Nice. Enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose. I don't know if they're getting taken down though. So this means we're gonna crash. So we can just do that. We'll be lurking for a bit. Alright, so that's good. If we then go to suture and we say execute spell here, we can go there. Just so we're before. Then we attach, and then we run. Oh. Oh. Help. I didn't want to maximize the console. Unity crashed? How? I'm writing a little bug report here. Hey. And sending report. That might take a while, actually. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Good to go? Okay. Go then. Are you done? Send it. Send it. Bug the bug reporter, man. Come on, bro. Are you serious? The report has been submitted. Thank God. Okay. Hmm? Yeah, this is weird. How is this happening before this, when the animation index is set to 2 here. That's what's so weird. Action database. Execute spell, right? It's supposed to be running this. That shouldn't be possible. Shoot. Ugh. Okay, so now we're doing it there. We're going there. Spell to execute. Spell to cast is suture. Execute spell. Base execute spell. Stored source object is base object. Target is valid. Is it just that the target is set to invalid or some bullshit? Because that's entirely possible. Just sit there, continue. Target is not valid. Okay, yeah, that's why. Yeah, so that's why we're failing the recheck and we're not handling it. I need a snack. Let's not worry about handling the error. Let's worry about the error not happening. What is the problem? Inner bounds. It has something to do with this. I barely even understand what's happening there. What is this offset? Do I need that? And here I'm also using the inner bounds for the source. I think maybe that's not good. The offset should just be me subtracting the distance traveled within, like, the object. But sure. Here's something. It's a little interesting. This function only returns false. It never returns true. I don't know if that will fix it. It did. Maybe. Let's try doing that. And then let's try moving away. Oh, it's actually even handled. Okay. Didn't crash or anything. All right. Next up, dual sequence broken. What's up with that? It does work, but the rendering is using the wrong variable now, I think. Here. Position test dot position render offset dispatch input world position modified position. Yeah, like, shouldn't this work? I feel like it should. Because the shadow is clearly using the correct value, right? What's up with that? I'm confused. Why does it not work? It's using the modified position. So why is it not... Ugh. Why does it have to be like this? Oh. We're just using modified position here. Like, this is all that matters. It should be that. Because the rendering is using the same value as the shadow, yet the shadow works and the rendering doesn't. Like, how does that make any sense? But what's going on? Right? And like, the modified position is being updated too. You can see it down there. Yet it's not using that. The fuck? Hello, Vopis. Going all right. I've got a cold today, but it's not that bad. Just sniffles. How are you doing? Oh, and also this doesn't want to work. And I genuinely don't know what's happening. This is so weird. And the position is fetched every time we want to render. Right. And is that the one that is being render fetch modified position? Yeah. What? Dual scene position modifier. It's right there. Huh? Last day of vacation? Does Saturday and Sunday not count? Do you work the weekend? The mines. Don't count the weekend as vacation days. Fair enough. I'm so confused. Because look, when we do this, position changes. And it's fetched by render at modified position. Why is it not changing position? You fucking... Like, huh? 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 Is it like it's... You can see, like it's clearly working. The shadows move. That moves. I haven't even really changed anything. And furthermore... No, the animations play out just fine. They just stopped moving. How is that possible? What? Huh? Because I haven't changed anything. That's the thing. That's why it's so weird. How is this possible? Like, I did change how the position system works, right? But Jano. But I've since gone through it, like I've fixed it, and everything is using the stuff it should use. And like moving the character works. So why can't I do the temporary movement? Huh? This doesn't even need to be floored. The issue is that it's not moving at all. Look, when I tell her to attack, you can see the shadows are moving apart and attacking each other. But the actual sprite isn't. And it's just baffling. It could have something to do with this. No, I mean, it shouldn't. This isn't related to that. Is it maybe this, the render offset? It could be this. Let's change this to modified position. It could, that's, if it's not that, then I'm like super lost. It was that, thank you. Oh, thank God. Okay, now we can maybe go back to something that matters. And next up, the problem is the force system. Shield charge works again. I don't know why, but it does. Gravity Blast also works. However, let's screenshot that. Where was it? There. And then we execute it. And we can see that it's not so accurate. See here, we're going there, here, here, here. And this was the source. supposed to be there. You can see getting pushed completely incorrectly. That could be easy. Just need to find it. Oh. There's a difference here between the preview and the execution. That's the problem right now. Question is, why is that? Force applied to target. Tile position test. Wait, what the fuck? I guess in this case the user might be the source, like the effect is causing this. And that means potentially that the effect spawning in a bad position. Oh, hello. Here we have a target tile. Here we have a user. No, that's meant to be that way. Because here we have a target position. Value, outer bounds, max vec. Here we have a target tile.outer bounds.max vec. So is this an issue with transferring it? Last AoE. Action to trigger target tile equals target position. Or set preview this direction. I feel like this is gonna be really annoying. But it might be simple-ish. Because what happens is that... What happens if we cast Cyrus Gaze, for example? If I cast Cyrus Gaze on top of him... That works perfectly. That doesn't fucking help. And same thing here, the spell is cast perfectly where it should be. But if the force logic... It's like the force logic is down here instead. That's what's so weird. It's like it's in the preview, it's using these tiles, and in the actual execution, it's using these tiles. But I don't really understand why or how that happens. It's like, what's the difference? Where is the difference? It's gotta be in the mouse, right? Last AoE, here. Force applied to self, mouse tile position as a vector 3. Force applied to target. User, current object, target. In the preview, we're doing user.target position. Current object.target position equals mouse tile bounds. And then we're using that. And then here we're using target tile. How is that any different? Target position is mouse tile bounds. Then we execute force. Mouse tile bounds. And here, executability mouse tile bounds. Ground. Target type ground. Target type blast AoE. Mouse tile bounds. And then action to trigger. Target tile is set to target position. So it's the same fucking value, man. Huh? And then it executes. So why is it wrong? Hello, the lazy. How's it going? Oh. I'm fine. And now, our game is set turn-based tactics RPG. Or set preview direction. Monogame? No, it's Unity at the moment. I do plan to switch to monogame. But I'm using a compute shader right now, and I haven't really delved into the solutions for that in monogame yet. And I want to finish the combat prototype first before I even start looking at switching over. What are we checking right now? Target? Or set preview direction? Push direction. And then that's done. Man, I can't step through this. It sucks. Is where we are now? Yeah. Or set preview direction. What am I looking for here? Target position. Dot value. 10 for outer bounds. This is so difficult. So here, the position should be 12.5. We slap that there. What are we going to get here? Here? Max Vec 3, 0. It hasn't been fetched yet. Do you have other team members? Yeah, I do. We've got some artists, we've got some writers, we got stuff, but I'm the only programmer. Okay, so target tile, outer bounds 0. Huh? What do you mean 0? Commercial game? Well, I mean, we do plan to sell it, yeah, but we're still working on it. The target gets a position there, but this isn't set. Is it being overwritten in initialize or something? No. Huh? Look. Mouse controller. We go down to execute. Wherever the hell it is. Here. Main controller action to trigger dot target tile equals target position. It's being set right there. But yeah, no, I mean, huh? It's a spell, so what's happening is that first it's set in the main controller as this is the action that we plan to trigger, and then here we set the target tile to target position, and then the action to trigger is set as spell to cast in the object, and then when it becomes the object's turn again, we execute that ability. There's no reason for the target tile to be, unless... Did I see something before? Execute spell, target objects dot clear. But that's not target tile. Oh, I don't understand. Base execute spell. Initialize. Nothing here. Target tile. It's just set. And then used. I don't get it. I mean, it is used. It's not that it's not... I mean... No, it is that it's not set. But it's not like reset or anything like that. It's only set there. Is it this? It could be this, actually. Maybe. Source effect dot target. Target tile. That doesn't make sense. But this is for every object. We are sending in the target. Target dot tile position minus source. Like, I'm also setting unit.target position here. So we could try switching it to that. But I don't like having to do that. Because the entire point was to make the spell's targeting be self-contained. So, like, why is the value not stored properly? Why is it resetting when I'm never setting it to 0? I think it worked there. Yeah. Oh, I'll be right back. Alright. I just don't really get it. Because if I set the value here, and I don't set the value anywhere else, then what the fuck? We're going here. Here we change action to we set action to trigger to spell to cast. Spell casting init is ran. That just sets her animation. Here we then do we set end of turn. And that's it. Like, what is happening? It's so odd. I hate things like this when it's just like I don't even know what's happening. It just doesn't have a value for like no reason whatsoever that can be discerned. Target position has a position. Target tile is empty. Wham. Target tile now has values. Yeah? Target position now also has a value. And then we continue to over here. We have action to trigger. which has a target tile that looks like that. Then the spell to cast gets set. It has a target tile with a position and everything. Outer bounds. It has outer bounds. It has everything. And then if we go to action database and we then mark this again, and then we go in here, we then check. Target tile is 0. Oh. Oh. Because here, this is invoked to the target tile. So if we execute the spell, oh, I see. Yeah, I get it. Fuck. So complicated. I didn't even think of it like that. The reason it's 0 is because this action here, Sarah's case, we have a spell component of the action. This exists with all of these variables in the character. It's stored as an action in the character as something they're capable of doing. As an instance. But what I'm using is I'm using this function called execute spell, which then generates an effect. And the effect in turn creates new objects. I'm gonna sneeze. Or not. The effect itself creates 2 new objects, which of one is the spell component and one is the back component. And that means that it doesn't have the value anymore. That's what's happening. So target tile is being funneled into the effect. And that means that the user is now the effect. Which means that in order for this to make sense, we have to say instead of target tile, it has to be we don't even have a reference to the source, do we? Or what does the effect do? Create object, source effect equals this. So it needs to say source effect, stored source, no. Effect object list, source effect. Public LOT source effect. In the object. Why won't it fucking let me use it? Source effect. Oh, it's in an it's in the object. So that means it needs to be user dot source effect dot target tile or dot tile position maybe even. The user in this case is an object created by the effect that then uses this action. Which means that here in Gravity Blast, the effect. We're then creating the effect here using the Gravity Blast core data. And such, we're using a placeholder data module. But yeah, this should work. Now popping Gravity Blast there. They should all just move in as cross shape. Why, bro? Why? What is happening here? Okay, so the new position doesn't count. Huh. It was so close. Oh, there's something wrong with the collision system now. This looks correct. Now this should just be set in here. This is just wrong. Previous tile position equals value. That's just how that should be. And the one thing I set here, this shouldn't happen here. This should be broken. In my opinion, but let's say set position tile position dot position previous tile position equals dot position equals tile position test dot position, and we set that. That should handle it. But it also doesn't. Let's see it. For your movement position. Yeah, no, this should be right. Maybe it was broken and I just hadn't tested it enough. Because that should have... Moving a character should have broken everything. Now that works. Let's see if we're gonna push him into the wall again. Actually, he's not close enough. Let's move him up a bit. Like there. But I don't see how what I just did is even related to that. Okay, he didn't get moved in. However, when we did get moved in, he was standing like this. And yes, that pushes him. So, okay. The push somehow is not properly... That's so weird. Because that's what should be happening here, right? Ray map position minus data module dot value plus IVEC. If is collider. The movement ray should be cancelled. How is this not functioning? We have to do this. Huh? Unable to find a corresponding location. Fuck you. Oh, there then. You don't know. Fuck you. The condition should be if the preview equals false. And we put him there. So the collider is at 11:16. He is standing at 12:15. $12:16. We're checking 12:16. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah. I'm stupid. Look. It's so obvious. I'm not actually doing anything here. I'm just checking the remap position only. Now it works. I think we fixed everything. Like, unless there's still something broken, hidden. I think that should be it. Let's try using Adanos' charge as well. Not a viable target, I think. Why? What? Huh? It worked just 1 second ago. Why is it now broken? Oh, what the fuck? Doesn't work. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. Doesn't make me any less sad. It's like, what is the problem? There's got to be some weird collision thing going on. Because it worked before I fixed the collision issue. And now it's broken. So... Movement force ray cancel. Alright, let's get rid of this. And try again. Jesus Christ. We enter here. His collider. Huh? Wait, I gotta attach again. Like, what? Huh? How is it finding a wall? Where the fuck is it testing? Like, it's not even colliding with him or anything. It's just like, just doesn't work. Like, look. Frame map position 6. Position to test 5, 4, 1. And that's somehow a collider? 5, 4, 1, 5, 4, 1. How is 5, 4, 1 collider equals true? What the fuck? Is the air set to collider by default? Or some shit? Like, huh? Five, 4, 1. I can't scroll up here. That sucks. Oh, that crashed it. Try to turn off combat mode. That's a crash. Holy moly. Like, what is it going on about? Like, look. Oh? What the fuck? How is that even set? Where is that? Tile. Is it like that by default? What? Okay, yeah. It's black. What's black? Like, what is that supposed to be? What's this set? Huh? New tile. The default values in a tile is what? If tile type 1, 2, or 6, then false, otherwise true. Tile type equals 0. Yeah. Conditional expression can be simplified. Whatever, bro. Fuck off. Where are tiles stored? How does that work? Tile type. None. Yeah, I think it was just... It's just been that way for like literally 2 years. And it's just never been an issue. Because I guess right now the pathfinding for moving is only using the ground tiles for simplicity. So it's never come up. Because in reality, the character is supposed to not be able to walk where it's not high enough. Whether that's something that will ever be used, practice, who knows, but that's how it's supposed to function. Door not big enough, can't go in. Holy hell. Oh my god, thank you. That's bugged. Why is that bugged? Oh my god, stop! It just never ends! That's supposed to work! Like, what? Huh? Fuck off! What? I mean... Huh? I have the implementation, and it's worked so far, and now it's not? Look, it's the delta here. Delta is... It's being set in the tile section, so maybe this delta is bugged? It's the same. Delta equals value minus position. Value minus position. Like, oh my god. This also worked. This has been working, and now it's just not? What? It's such bullshit, man. It's just such bullshit. I'll be honest. The issue is that I don't know math. But apparently, it's just... I reworked my position system a bit. And since then, it's just been like an eternal barrage of just the most mundane bullshit issues. One after the other. And now it's it's just like a subtraction. I don't, like, okay. So I have a skill here called Shield Charge. The rendering doesn't work entirely, but basically, he's supposed to charge to where you see there are some green tiles there. That's where he's gonna end up. There's actually where the mouse is are supposed to be 2 green tiles as well, but it's bugged, so they aren't there. And then the target is getting pushed over to the end of the yellow segment there, where the final position should probably be red or something. But that's what's gonna happen. And when this plays out, it's going to play a little combat scene. And in the combat scene, the way it works is that I take both characters and then I add a modifier to their position so that I don't actually change their position. And that modifier then will drag them to the center of the screen, where they kind of face each other and then they attack each other. And in the middle of this sequence, when I trigger the actual damage from the attack, I also change their positions in the world, because it has like a knockback and he travels when he uses it. And because I change the position, I have to adjust the value that I've shifted them for the duel scene. And that's just not working. Like, you can see it works, and then blip, they just do that. So it's just not working. Which is, and because it's strange, because it worked before and I have the exact same implementation, I think. I take the value, so I'm setting a new position. So I take the value, then I subtract the current position from the new value. And since this is a tile position, I multiply it up by the size of the tiles in order to get a pixel position. And then I subtract that from the current position modifier for the dual scene. And then I update the dual scene modifier. And I don't know. That's how I was doing it here. And it worked before, and now it just doesn't. I guess we'll do a breakpoint. the code base for this project is really, really large at this point, and it's not as good as it should be. So I often run into confusion caused by myself, unfortunately. And then blam. So here we have dual position modifier raw is 20 minus 18. What? I thought he moved up. And the delta, the tile position is 1210. So the value is 1311 minus 1210. Which is like 1, 1. Then we multiply that up by the tile size, and then we get 24, 18. Here is 20 minus 18. And then that gets updated to -4, minus 36. Oh, wait, hold on. I might have been... That might have been the target. What if we try again? Right, so... This guy is at 1209. This guy is at 12.9, right? And the value is 1310. Okay, let's think of this. Oh, okay, so his current position is 12.9. Target position is 13.10, I think. Yeah. That's a diff of 1, 1, which can translate to 2418 as we multiply it by the tile size. So that means I'm trying to move him up to the right 24 and 18 pixels. That means for the current position to make sense, we have to subtract him down 2418. Like, am I retarded? Like, what? Huh? It's correct. Is everything that happens on with the door? Fair enough. Okay, so if we go back, I don't know how far I need to go back, but basically in the duel sequence, when the attack triggers inside of the duel sequence, I then change the position of the target and the user. And because I do that, their positions are based on their current positions plus a dual scene modifier value that kind of pushes them to that position. And then if I then update their base position, that's going to shift them. So when I update their base position, I then have to subtract the delta from the modifier, right, to push them back where they were. And then they'll go back to the new positions when the duel sequence ends. And it's so simple and so basic, because all you do, right, is you take the new position and you subtract the old position, and then you subtract that from the modifier. Because I'm moving the character up one tile in each direction, and that means I need to subtract the modifier down one tile in each direction. And that's what I'm doing. It's one off. Because if we actually play it, let's say I'm over here. Oh shit, that's actually still wrong. It might be related to something else, actually. Because the positions that I've been pushing people around are not updated properly. You can see when a character is standing somewhere, I set that tile to count as like a collider. And these still count as colliders. So it might not be the math that's wrong. So if I like move over here, and we then use shield charge, Like now that this triggers, he's gonna move from here to like up here somewhere. So he should go from here back to here. But now that it triggers, you see he's pushed all the way over here. It's like the offset isn't updated at all. Maybe it has something to do with like the lerp. Dual scene. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so sure. We'll see. 'Cause it might be one of these things here, but it's so odd because it worked before. That's what's... Dual lerp target. It could be this. That I'm setting a lerp target here. And the lerp target is simply not updated. But I feel like that's... That dual scene position modifier is set to dual lerp target value. Yeah, I think... I think something is wrong there. The dual lerp target. But no, it wouldn't... It wouldn't be weird. I feel like. Because the dual lerp target would be set to... Like, if I shield charge... This position is the dual lerp target. No, it is that, right? Yeah, it is that. That is the issue. Because we're not lerping to that position, we're lerping the modifier to that value. That's what's happening. Yeah. So the dual lerp target needs to be updated. That should solve it. If combat module dot has value has acted, what? No, it's not. It's does not equal null. Then we're gonna say combat module dot lerp target minus equals delta. So that has to be and combat module dot dual lerp target dot has value. And then this has to be set here to me. I don't know if this needs to be set there, but oh. It shouldn't need to be done there, but whatever. Whatever. Yes. That's how it should work. Problem solved. All right, back to testing. See how many more silly bugs we can find. Can add a Wayland as well. Rhea can cast Barrier. Wayland. Can shoot his pistol. Can we attack a barrier? Ah, the barrier is bugged. Barrier does not follow the character in combat sequence. I'm not gonna use Wayland. I'm not sure if his skills are actually all updated. We use Suture. What's that gonna do? Double stab. Reapply barrier. Ever considered how much work it would be to make a tactical RPG? Honestly, I feel like it's almost more work to do anything in 2D than it is to do in 3D to some degree. Because if you want to in 3D, there are so many
solutions, like prepackaged solutions you can just go with. Like, just use Unreal and just use like physics engines and capsule colliders and shit, you know. You can do so much with that just out of the box. And you have like, you can use other external tools for level editing and stuff like that. But making your own tile engine and all that kind of stuff, it's a lot. Plus, I am adding a little bit more than typical, because like, if you look at games like Final Fantasy Tactics or Fire Emblem or something, all the characters there just consist of one tile, and everything is really basic. Like, if you have a charge attack, it's gonna just charge in a line, more or less. There are like not a lot of diagonals and stuff. So if you do those things, then it's a lot easier, right? But this is a voxel engine, so the world is voxels. Yeah, I needed a placeholder. So yeah, like, the buildings are voxels, and therefore we can cast shadows on them and from them, and so stuff like that. And because they're voxels, I can also... It's bugged now, so I can't really show, but you can like walk inside the buildings and they function as like real buildings. But I'm also using high resolution, which means that if I were to make each tile the size of a character, you'd end up with walls that are like giga thick, right? And it would severely negatively impact the art style. And if I tried to like fix that in some way, to just have like, you know, I cheat, so I draw it so that it looks thinner, but you can't stand there, then that also has like a negative impact. So that's why I ended up making the characters consist of multiple tiles, right? And that means that larger characters also exist. So right now a character is 2 times 2 times 5 tiles, a typical character. But there can be objects that are like 4 times 4 times 8, or 20 times 20 times 4, whatever, you know. But that also means that the logic for actually targeting stuff becomes a lot more complicated. Because if you have like a charge attack or something that targets a character, like it doesn't target a tile, it targets a character. Then where on the character do you target? It's the center. So then you have to... Yeah, there are so many more things to consider. And the same thing with like... This spell here is an AoE that pushes enemies or targets away from where it's used. And I'm using a DDA ray marching implementation to shoot the targets away from the center of origin, right? But even then, it's not so simple, because there might be like... there are 2 different types of centers of origin. Like, it depends on how you want the shape to look. If you have an even-sized like target reticle, then you have to have a 2 times 2 times 2, or a 2 times 2 origin. Because you can't, there's no center otherwise. Not really. Like, it needs to have a tile center, so either you go with like the top right, or you go with what I have done and you pick the closest corner, and then you go from there. And then you take like closest corner to closest corner on the target. But yeah, I mean, it works now. Most of everything is implemented now. That's a lie. But honestly, I think today we have come past the biggest hurdles. Because in order to have like this kind of pushing system, I had to implement something I called force, which is basically just a physics system. Hello, Kibbs. And that took a while, and that has been very difficult, and I had to rework a bunch of things for that, but that works now. And the force system is basically like you apply force to a target, and then all objects that currently have force are iterated one tile at a time, and then so that they, otherwise they're gonna like collide with each other and cancel their movement and stuff like that. So I had to do that in order to be able to push targets in the same direction. But we have diagonal, we can push targets in all diagonals now. And we'll see how that ends up, because it's for good and bad. It's not just like a good thing, because it can end up with targets moving in like little like unpredictable ways a bit. That's why I made sure that we have a preview to actually show what's going to happen, so it doesn't just do something that you don't want it to do. But it can look a little bit weird sometimes, especially if you do it with Adonos, for example. It can be like, oh, like, what the fuck? The hell does that even mean? Like, where is she getting pushed? Right now, the way his shield charge works is he charges in the direction towards the tile that you hover over, and then depending on the angle, when he impacts the character flies in that direction. So if you angle it like down here, Nesra here gets pushed slightly further up than if you were to come more straight on. Same thing here. And he doesn't really, like, he's not really in range there, but if you come here and hit him at the corner here, he gets pushed there. If you hit him here, it's more straight on and he gets pushed straight. That's just like, I just tried that just to see how it would feel. Oh, does this work? It actually... I don't think it worked. Maybe it did, I'm not sure. What if we go over here? And then we use... No, actually, let's just use a lunge. And see if lunge works. No, lunge is bugged. Okay. I'll have to look at that later. Lunge is just a traversal skill, but I haven't updated everything to work with all the changes I've made. That's why I'm testing. And then what if we go over here? Fuck. Fuck. Let's do lunge again. And let's do it again. I'm trying to bring her... I have a thing called stability here, which is a resource that we're gonna try experimenting with. I'm trying to bring that down to test if this shout works, shields up. It's supposed to increase the stability of nearby units. Actually, I don't even know what value she should be ending up at now. 4. Yeah, that definitely means that it worked. Okay, so the shout works. That's a PB AoE, or point-based AoE. Lunge does not work. Overhead slash works. I don't even know if that's going to be an ability. Smash, head crack, shield bash. The target is at 1 stability, the target becomes staggered for 5 seconds. Oh, bonk. Waylon. He's got 2 pistols now. Got 1 pistol. Are those the only skills I actually put on him? Maybe. Pocket sand. He got stunned. The attacker always goes left, even if the original position is to the right. The entire sequence there is still kind of work in progress. I'm not like super happy with it, so I've been mulling over like how to make it look better. But the idea is yes, that the attacker should always be on the left. Do you actually have pocket sand? Yeah, I do. That's not official though. A lot of these abilities are just things I put into the game as ideas and just to test things. Hello, unkindly Steve-O, how's it going? But yeah, I gave this character Pocket Sand. It's basically a one-time ability. He attacks twice, and then he throws dust into the face, the opponent's face, and then they get staggered, I think. And stagger is they get pushed back in the timeline up here. And they also count as being staggered, which is like a special state where you might take increased damage from special attacks, or attacks might be able to take advantage of the fact that you're staggered. Also reduces your stability to 0, which might affect the damage of abilities as well. Why is the barrier over there? The barrier has just completely lost the plot. Huh? If position.position does not equal target object.modified position, set position target object.modified position. Target object equals target object. Huh? Oh, hold on. I think I deleted set position. Maybe. Oh, no, I didn't. Wait, hold on. Huh? Huh? Set position, handle position change. This dot position equals position. Huh? I'm gonna restart. There are too many characters, it takes too long. So we give her a barrier. When she Why? Why? If position does not equal target dot modified position. Oh, turnip was gone. Position. How's the coding going? Well, done made a lot of progress today. I reworked how I handle like the internal positioning for each unit. Like every object has a position value, you know, like in a coordinate on a grid map or whatever. But it wasn't good enough because every object also has a size, which is called bounds, and stuff like that. So I ended up having to like calculate the bounds, and I had to calculate like where's the lower end and where's the top edge of the bounds of the character, and there was so much recalculating going on everywhere. It made the code like super confusing. So I reworked it, and I created another variable called a Legends of Terrestria position, and that position then you just set it initially how big the character is and like which point is their center. So a character that's 2 times 2 in size has her position in the top right. That's like her center. That's how it works. If they're 3 times 3, then the center is in the middle. And then I can just change the position. And then when the position changes, that updates the boundaries within that struct. And this made the code so much easier to deal with. But I've also been dealing with like bugs from that for like a week or more now. And this is another one. Yeah. Oh, Pondo, how's it going? Handle, is this actually called anywhere? No, this doesn't really exist, which is fine. Oh, I understand. It's because it needs to do handle position change. That's why. I understand. That position. Yeah, I don't have anything on YouTube. YouTube for me is just I only use it for archiving. That's really why I use it. It helps that all the chatfish are on YouTube as well, but that's the main reason. So here in the handle position change, in set position, we need to say handle position change, which was there before, but I removed it because this one seemed useless. And I think it kind of is. So what the issue here was that the effect itself has a position, and that's what I'm setting, and I'm updating that position. But the way it works is that the effect itself isn't really an object. It's more of like a container for the objects. So just moving the effect doesn't move the objects. So this should work now. Because now we are setting the children's position to position as well. There we go. It's still bugged, but it works better now. If you pay attention to what's happening here, the barrier, the reason the barrier looks the way it does, by the way, is because effects have to consist of multiple pieces, right? Because you might have some kind of circular shape that part of it needs to be behind the character and part of it needs to be in front of the character. So here all I did was I just made two shitty, like I just made a shitty barrier placeholder, and then I created two versions of it. One that is the front and one that's the back. That's just why it looks like that. But you can see here, the front one is in front of her feet. The back one is behind her feet. But when I do this, and we start attacking, now she's in front of it. And there is a reason for that. It's because the way the current combat sequence works is that I select the two characters or more involved, and then as I move them to their new positions so they can fight there, they are set to be in front of everything else, so they're not like behind anything. And that's why she's now in front of the barrier, because she's been like elevated. So the barrier needs, I think, quite a bit more work. It needs to count. It needs to basically count as whatever the target counts as in terms of layering and order. I don't really actually know where this is done. Ba, 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 ba. So where is that handled? Man, ugh. Oh. Ooh. Actually don't remember how that is handled. I mean, it has to do with the duel scene, right? So Dual scene base, dual scene protagonist list. It might have to do with that. No. This is base. What about init? Init dual scene. Dual scene base. Dual. I feel like I might be doing something dumb here. And I'm starting to feel like I do that a little bit too often, where it's like instead of setting a boolean to say that something is happening, because I don't want to have like 5 billion booleans, I check for a value, and like if that value is not 0, then we do this. And I feel like doing that is a mistake. It makes the code a lot harder to understand. Little bubbles. Dual. Hello, Gamer Charles from Twitter. Where's the object? Dual. What? I mean... What about... we go to render. Rendering it. Is it just because of the combat sequence? But if that's true, then it's even stranger that it doesn't work the way it does. Not necessarily, actually. No, it is. Yeah. Render type, shadow, blah blah blah. Render offset. Combat dim. You know what? I actually don't know. What if we do this here? We go there. Maybe it doesn't do what I think it's doing. Then I go there. And then, what is the pause button? I think it's like Shift P. Enter. Come on, give me a cool tip. Nope. Okay. Fuck me. Pause editor Unity. Hotkey. Control Shift P. Control Shift P. Okay. Yeah, because you see, immediately she is in front. What controls that? I don't think I'm shuffling the list itself. Editor, no. Update action module. Oh. Set dual animation. Could it be set in the animation itself? That's not good, by the way. In that case, dual intro. Handle combat dual action. No, not really. It's not it. Pre-render. Object list.pre-render. Is that it? Not really. Sort objects by render index. Sorting sublayer. I don't think it has to do with the sorting. Here we're just calling render. Hit stop, active. We're not doing anything special here. The problem is not necessarily a problem. It's when the character is When you issue a command to a character and it is executing this combat sequence, you can see all the non-participating objects become darkened, and the participating objects are rendered on top of everything else. And the issue is that the barrier, because it's attached to this character, it counts as being part of the combat sequence. However, it's not rendering properly. She is being rendered above it, and the barrier is being rendered behind this character here. So it's not like the same thing that is being applied to her isn't being applied to the barrier. But I don't know where it's applied to her in the code, so I don't know where it's happening. I've hidden it too much. I don't know. Because here, right, I'm checking the combat sequence objects. And if you are part of the combat sequence, then you're not affected by combat dim. Otherwise you are. This is really strange, by the way. I don't know why this is happening. I don't understand this really. Oh yeah, the difference here is that the combat dim is being set to 0 alpha, and the alpha is how strong it is. So it's being set to nothing there. That's what's happening there. But there's nothing here that's saying anything about draw order. And that's what's weird. And why I am confused. So combat maybe it is this combat sequence object somehow. Main controller. Override sorting layer. There. That's where it's set. The combat sequence object is set to override sorting layer. Okay. So then I have two options. If we do override sorting layer, we then do this stuff here. And we can then do a for loop where we say for attached effect list. Attach dot count attached effect list I dot, and this is where we need a function then in the effect. And the object should contain something like public int render layer modifier, and that should be 0 by default. And then in the effect, let's go to barrier. Here we then create, it should maybe just be part of the data, but here we create two objects, and then we need to set them. So the first one is the front, the second one is the back. So then we say stop. Dot. What did I call it? Render layer modifier equals. Then this one is +1 plus equals 1, and this one is equals -1. And then there are two alternatives, right? Either I make the effect test itself against its target every update. If the target does not have, or if the target has a new sorting layer, then we update our sorting layer to that sorting layer. But I don't really like solutions that much, like that too much. But then that kind of handles itself, but it also means that every single effect on the screen is going to try doing stuff like that if it's attached to something. Which doesn't really matter in a game like this, because we're not going to have like a million effects. Ugh. But it's unnecessary, right? And the other alternative is we go into the object again, and we then here say update layer on the effect, and then we have to go into the effect and we have to write public virtual void update layer, and then that's a for loop. Effect object list dot count effect object list I dot this should actually take a sorting layer. And then the effect object list dot override sorting layer. Do I want to use the override? Or do I just set it? But then the sorting layer is the sorting layer plus the effect object list I dot modifier render layer modifier. But then override sorting layer comes back here, and then that does update sorting layer index. But this is fine because it doesn't have an attached effect list, or it does, but it doesn't have there's no values in it, so it's just not gonna run. So why is this what? Why is it giving me an error on the eye?
convert from int to database keys.effect. Oh, okay. This needs to be a for each. Does that even work? I.update. Uh-huh. I.value.update layer. I mean, I don't know. I think... I'm not so sure that works. Maybe. I don't know if you can modify the value here. I don't use for each that often, so I'm not sure if that's legal. But then that updates the layer there. And then the question is, where does, like, where do we un-override this? Clear sorting layer override. And then let's do a clear override layer. And here we're gonna say rename set override layer. And here we're gonna clear sorting layer override. I didn't. So take that. I think that might work. Why am I doing this? We've got a barrier. And we move the objects in. Control Shift P is there. Fuck!
turn it off. I failed to pause. I don't actually need to rush it that much. I'm gonna sneeze. Or maybe not. It works, I think. Except that I gave them the wrong values. The back one is getting put in front, and the front one is getting put in the back. Otherwise, it does seem to work. Oh, well, it doesn't quite work, does it? That's because the objects are actually instead of doing what I'm doing here, I'm doing combat sequence objects.clear, just like that. This should be a function that does this. Just public void clear sorting layer clear combat sequence combat sequence list clear. Just does that. And then we just replace these with that. And here too, I guess. Public void combat sequence list remove. OT object, I think. If combat sequence objects.contains object, then object.clear sorting layer override combat sequence objects.remove object. And then we just have to type main controller dot remove combat list remove effect object list I. We don't need to do that. Target object. Source object. And then we can go here again. We've got to remove here. And then we remove this. All right. That might work. Error. I'm not sure if this is actually correct. I think maybe this barrier here should be in front of him. But I'm not sure. The whole layering system is actually kind of difficult. But that seems to work. Yeah. I think the barrier is affected extra heavily by the dimming effect because it's using a hard light mixing mode. And that means that when its colors become darker, they become significantly darker. When it should maybe be the other way around. That because this is an the spell effect, it should maybe maintain some. Now that's another difficulty there. Oh fuck. However, there are two solutions here, but it is a little tricky because what you can do with the animations is that instead of actually like moving the character during the combat sequence, I can just make the animation be like this big, and then the character just moves visually in the animation sequence in the flipbook. It's just the image or the texture that makes it look like she moves. But that means that if she does have anything attached to her body, like a shield or any other kind of effect that might do something, if that's a thing, like they might not even be a thing, then that doesn't work. And that means that in order to fix that, I have to manually code each step of the animation throughout the entire sequence so that she actually changes her position. And that sucks huge, horrendous ass. So we'll see what we do there. I can do that, like it's doable, but it does suck huge, horrendous ass. No doubt. But like each animation has a or each frame has a duration and a time and stuff like that, so it would just need to have a velocity added to it, kind of. And that would work. It's just tedious. Because some of the animations have literally 50 or 60 frames. That's why it's annoying, okay? That's why it's annoying. But not every attack moves like all the time either. So it's I think it should be okay. Or I'm not sure. Anyway. We managed to do a lot today. I was planning on quitting like an hour ago, but Kibbs held a gun to my head and forced me to keep working by summoning all the bucket fishies. Just joking, but it's fine. We got more stuff done, that's good. Now I need to go through and bug test everything. Again, make sure when we go through what works and what doesn't. And if there's anything broken... Oh yeah, lunge is broken. Let's just write that immediately in my little list. Lunge is broken. Does not move. But that should be easy. It hasn't been implemented. Because before lunge was using my old implementation for how to reposition things, and I just haven't changed it to the new one. So that should be easy. And as long as I don't find any more bugs, next up we're going to move on to either summonable objects and units, or AoEs, melee AoEs, like cone AoEs, stuff like that. I think maybe summonable units, because I think that's gonna be easy. It's just spawning a unit. It's done. More or less. But there's spawning a unit, and then there's also spawning like a static object that might like not be on a team, like a pulsing fireball or something like that. And that's gonna need to have some special logic to it. So maybe we'll see. We
We can also move. Gravity Blast doesn't despawn when finished. Gravity Blast pushes targets differently from the preview. That's done. Do post ray cost to fetch target's direction. That's done. Is shields up still bugged? If we do that, maybe. Let's see. No, it looks fixed. Maybe? Yeah, it looks okay, I think. Yeah, because before, if I had... Oh, this is bugged. This is bugged. Movement line is missing first 2 tiles in... Well, yeah. That's a bug. Before, if you had opened this up, this is a static grid. There's a static grid and a dynamic grid. The static grid is for ranges. The dynamic grid is for targeting, really. And the shields up, this is a shout that originates out from him. This wasn't overwriting the static grid properly, so you ended up with like the movement grid outside when you open this up again, but it seems to work now. Not sure if I fixed it or if it just fixed itself. So that seems to be okay. Oh my god. Implement line and path airstrike pathfinding. No. Line and path and airstrike pathfinding. We have line and path now. We don't have airstrike pathfinding. Well, it's not pathfinding, it's like targeting. And what I mean with what that means is like, let's say you have a wall, right? If you throw like a fireball or something here, it's not going to impact behind the wall. But if you have a wall without a roof, and you have something that actually like originates from above, like maybe it's a bunch of lightning strikes or something, then that shouldn't take this wall into account. It should just check for a roof. Because it's more like an area thing that comes from the sky. The ability gauge needs its value set. I think I have done that. I don't even know what the hell that means. Implement stability. Yeah. Implement more complex armor types. I don't want to do that yet. Mainly because it's so fiddly, it requires a bunch of UI work. Objects are not affected by shadows. Is that true? Yes. Weird. Oh well. Anyway, we'll stop there for today. Yeah, we got a lot done. So, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.